Let's see if we're live. Who's this? This is me. I'm alive. Not awesome. All right. Main, please. Yeah, you can have a look at my computer now. Running at... Well, it was running at 23 degrees C. It's now gone up to 30 degrees C. Well, it looks as though I don't have any overheating issues anymore after this last week's upset with Windows. So, I'm having a quiet start because I've just woken up. Oh, and I wanted to do something. So, well, if anybody wants to come and join me, I'll just potter around. What programs do I use on it? Oh dear. That's Twitch. Blah. Okay. What have we got? It's other media, isn't it? I've not got it. My eyes aren't working, I don't think. There. That's what I use. What is this program? It's a capture card, a 4K capture card. It's a 4K screen. Interesting. So what's that? Why does it have a big plus in the middle of it? Oh, thank you. Can I go full screen? Yeah, there you go. Different computer. I like having different computers because they do different things. Surprisingly. We'll see if anybody joins us today, I suppose, before I do anything really. I'm not overly bothered. I'm going to waste my time. Alright, so I'm going to update this computer. As I am going to need to use it later on to test something. So does he have a keyboard or a mouse? Okay, it's got a mouse. Let's see a mouse. Here we go, there's a mouse. Okay, updates, apply. Oh, I do need the keyboard. Yeah, apply. It'll be a full update of the system. Otherwise, I'm having really a nice day today. It's been quite good. I've completed chapter 1 of Loop Hero. I did it on the first try. I started a new game and just on the first try, did the whole of chapter 1. Because I can. Have I broken the game? Yeah. Have I hacked the game in any way? No. I just realised there was a loophole in the system. There we go, that's Loop Hero broken. Or beaten. Or whatever you want to call it. Not doing too badly on that kind of thing lately. If you're wondering what this machine is, this is my preferred programming machine that I'm updating. This has everything on it. So I would prefer to use it, but people constantly keep going out and buying Microsoft rubbish instead of using proper computers. But hey ho, not my problem. Oh, but you can't get as many games on Linux. Well, stop buying computers to play games on and go and get yourself a bloody PlayStation. Anything that I write works on Linux, even if I program it on Windows. There's no reason why all the games out there, all those AAA titles, don't work on Linux. I think Microsoft might pay them not to, but I can't prove that. To help sell their crap. I do like Linux. It's free, it works, and it does everything you need for work. And servers. Everything. In fact, it holds the internet together. The whole internet runs on Linux. I doubt you'll find very many Windows servers out there running the internet. Wonder why. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Come on, computers. This is a very slow computer because it doesn't need a lot of power to run Linux. I think it's an i3. That's what I like to see, checking integrity. How many times have I crashed Linux? Only through my own stupidity, not through Linux's fault, but I have done it once. How many times have I crashed Windows? Well, it actually overheated my whole machine last week and completely crashed out during a stream. Nice. Come on, puppy. Come on, love. There you are. You want to sit on my legs? It's warm, man. If you're wondering why I don't use Ubuntu, it's because it's bloated. It's done the Windows trick, which is try to be everything instead of simple operating system. I use Arch Linux because it's straightforward and simple. And it runs every program that I want to run. And any program it doesn't run, I can write. So it doesn't bother me. Because it's got Qt. Qt makes writing programs so easy, it's untrue. And it's got CUDA. I shouldn't have put CUDA on. I don't use it. I should. I don't. CUDA is used on graphics cards for mathematical processing instead of graphics. So it's blooming useful, especially in the games industry, where you can use a graphics card to get all your formulas calculated very, very quickly. You've got to remember, though, that a graphics card CPU is slower than your own CPU in your machine. The only reason why it's fast is because it's specialised in what it does. And CUDA is very, very fast because it uses a lot of cores, every core. And that's why graphics cards are very fast, because they have an awful lot of cores. Nothing to do with the speed of the processor. It's just how much throughput can you push through it in parallel. It's an awful lot. I might use CUDA in my game. That'd be a good idea. IntelliJ. The world's answer to a programming environment. And a bloody good one. So good that I even paid them for a month to actually use it. I stopped paying them when I found out that the Mac system was better. Which is a shame. Apple have the best. That's a big shame. So it's now second best, so I won't pay for it now. It's funny, I only have to do this about once a month, if that. So is anybody joining us today, I wonder? I know Seppi was asking me to do some code. I'm just wondering. How to get out of this screen, I've forgotten. Oh, wrong mouse. I'll put this mouse to one side a minute. Swap, yeah. Let's use Microsoft stuff. Yay. I'm doing the RPG equipment, aren't I? Or should I do artificial intelligence today? Nah, RPG. Not sure I want to use that. Alright, source, yeah, okay. Release and debug. What we got on code? So it's resources, data. I'm using text files. Okay. Add new folder. Make sure it says new folder. God. Resources. And I would like to add a new folder called data. And in there, I'd like to add a new item. And we'll call it armor. How are we going to spell it? A-R-M-O. Good question. Let's ask my notes. I got a lot of notes. How characters work. Okay. Is there a plus button on this? There is. I can enlarge it because I can't bloody see. A-R-M-O-R we're using? We're going American, are we? Or is that British? Can never remember. Can't remember nowadays which language I'm even using. There we go. There's armor. Okay. State. Yes, you don't press the start button. Just right click on the screen. Dee 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 dee. I just want to look at this file, don't I? And I want to see this boot up, see what it looks like. Make sure that they've done the job properly. Sorry you get a black screen, but hey ho. It's a nice black screen. I like that. I like that colour of black. Okay, we're there. So the mouse shows up. It goes to the wrong size. Okay. It's done a systems upgrade, so I'm checking what the settings are. Oh, and I finished my coffee. Oh, I'm sniffing, sorry. That's it. Lovely. It's remembered me settings. Close. Yep, mouse is the right size, so I can see it. You'd think on a 50-inch TV screen you couldn't lose your mouse. Oh, I can. Because I'm not wearing my glasses. 50-inch TV screen means I don't have to wear glasses. Not quite true. For some things, though. Oh, that went up all right. But at least you can design your own desktop, which you can't do on Windows, as you can see. There's a lot more things you can have on here as well. So, an advertisement for Linux. I'm using Manjaro. A quick advert. That's Windows mouse. Put that there for a minute. It's got a full integrated system of nice new features like clocks, post-it notes. So, use colour. Everything. You can also add loads and loads of different things to your desktop, so you can have a digital clock instead. Link through to thingies, calendars, colour pickers, display configurations. You can have all of this around your desktop. Input method panel. There you go. Because I have a pen. It's not plugged into this machine right now. There's a media player, which actually, I'm going to say something about the media player. I'm glad they put it on Linux because on Windows, Windows 7, they didn't. After Windows 7, was it XP, when they quit doing the media player on Windows because they didn't know how to integrate it into the next one. Yeah, I've got a feeling they contracted that externally, and the external people did a good job because it was a very good media player. And then it vanished. Wonder why. You don't find it on Windows 10. That media center was absolutely excellent. It was the best thing they ever did. So that's what makes me think they didn't do it. A bit like DirectX 11. Well, it was 9 when they bought it. DirectX was initially a free plugin for Windows done by a bunch of programmers that wanted to do graphics. I will yeah, we'll shut down. I'm not going to do it today. I'm not doing that today. I'm not doing systems. I do all my systems on there. If you watch my streams, then you'll know what I'm talking about. Alrighty, that's that done. It's you done. I wanted to look at okay. Not that bit then. Hmm. Here it is. Oh, if that will put in there. Hmm. Yeah, I've got a Mac generator. It's so complicated. Oh, right, yes. Okay. Just remembering where I'm up to. Hmm. Here we go. It's in the name. That's what I want to look at. Alright, and parsing's here. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. I always leave myself a note of which one I've done. Okay. And then we have the lookup stats. It looks simple enough. And I wrote it, so it must be simple. Initialize, load, parse. Lookup, and that's it. So they're all stored where? Here. So we need to do exactly the same for armor. But it isn't, it's going to be items. Armor is just a part of item. I've called it equipment. First rule of programming, always use what you've already done. If what you have already done doesn't suit the need, then go back and think why. Always go back to the original. So what we're not, we're just going to have equipment, aren't we, for this? Okay. Okay. We've got the entity system, equipment, add, new item, and it's equipment. And I've got to spell it right. Yeah, that will do. I'm doing this in C, by the way, not C++, even though it does look like that. And most things are in C. I've got Qt on this as well, on this file. Oh yeah, we were talking about the ID. I've decided what to do about that, the QID. Header file. In core. Call it unique ID for now. And it's going to be a header file, I think. More than likely. So there we go, armor text. This is what I want to fill in today. What I was looking at was, did I use the hash code or not? I don't think I did in the original. Nope, I didn't. I just put the monsters in. Straight. 1. Okay. I want to follow the same process. I think that's only fair, isn't it? Alright. Let's find what attributes I want on my notes. Skills, equipment, armor. I want type, tech level, passive defense, damage reduction, cost, weight. Those are the stats I want. All right, let's do some typing. So start at base, clothing. Um, 21, 18. How many tech levels am I going to have? 18. I'm going to have to do it as two numbers, aren't I? 1 to 18. Okay. Zero, zero. Cost. How much would it cost you to get basic clothing? We'll call it 20. Weight 1. So that's the kind of details that I want. So the next one is padded cloth. That's going to be 1 to 4 on your technical levels. It's going to be 1 and 1. Cost. £180. Do. Weight. 14 pounds. Yeah, because it's padded. Okay. I'm going to include the next one. Yeah, why not? We'll go silly. Leather jacket. Minimum. Well, it's 1 to 8, isn't it? Just in case we want to do a bit of the old Matrix. People like to wear their leather dusters. I don't know. It's a 1-1 anyway. We'll give it a cost. Say 50. Weight of 4. Yeah. I'm going to go detailed, so we'll have a light leather armor. Again, we're in Tech 3, by the way. 1 to 4. Four is post-fantasy, where you're starting to cross over into modern day. So, medieval. Yeah. Civil War. Sort of. So light leather's still only going to give you 1s. It's the same as padded cloth, but it should be lighter. And we're going to have 10 for that, I think. Weight. Heavy leather. How can I tie those together? I need them all as one. I'll use the underscore. Uh, 1 to 4 again. This time we're going to give it a bit more defense. Give it a bit more cost. It takes 2 cows to do that one. A bit more weight. And chainmail. That starts at 3. Still go to 4. I think chainmail was taken out really after the Middle Ages. Yeah, 3 to 4 then. So that's 3 and 4 there. 550. The cost isn't to buy, it's to make. And weight of 45. Right, that's all I'm going to do. Current data. There we go. Boom. Not hard to do, is it? Yeah, keep a record of everything because I often forget. I love data. I'm only going to put a bit in for testing. So up to chainmail will do. There we go, that's the table. And that's your saved file there. Saved file there. So that's the data. I think that'll do. Yeah, that works out. DR4, yeah. Arm class 6, correct. 10 minus 6 is 4. Lovely. And how are we going to use this data now? We need to load it. So this file is going to look very much like this file. So, always use stuff you've written is one idea. We don't have text file utilities, do we? In core. Header file. Text file utils .h add. CPP file. Text file utils. We've already programmed this. That's handy. There we go. Done. Yep. Save. And CPP. Actually, I'll go from 1. Make sure I get everything. Not a big file, but very, very useful. There we go. V. Save. Header file agrees. Yep. Right, so we've got text files. Done. And all I want to do now is take the equipment CPP from Dungeon Monster. Make sure I'm getting the right one. Okay. Go back to the top straight away. Equipment. I'll leave that to its own devices for a minute. Component combat. Okay. We'll change that to equipment. There we go. Component combat. What I'm going to do about that? Leave it as an error. Or do that for now. It's usually the safest idea. Okay. It's correct. Actually, we'll leave it as an error. Okay, we're alright with that. Just change everything over. It reads right. I do want to take that one out. I also have to take a line out in here somewhere. Right, so we're taking it from here. Go. Right, that should still work. At the moment, we have armor. Dot text. That'll work. Everything else will work. As long as we don't try and use it anywhere. Yeah, we're going to need that, aren't we? Dooby 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 doo ba ba ba. Dooby 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 da da da. That can go into our common. Oh, we don't have any structs. Oh, it's here anyway, but I can now put it outside. It's in the examples anyway. And that's Dungeon Monster. V. Oops. X. That's not good. Keyboard error. Let's delete that. Equipment underscore stats. Good. That works. Lovely. That's where you do it in C, by the way, for a type def struct. In C++, that is the same as doing a class, just full of public data. So that's the same thing as doing class, name, open brackets, public colon, doing all of that lot, and then closing the brackets. So it's just a different way of doing it. In C, it's perfectly fine. As we're using a C compiler for C++, as we always do, people don't realise that. It's just the pre-compiled's different. It'll understand it without a problem. You can write in C or C++, integrate and mix as you wish. Just looks slightly different, but it isn't. That's what it gets turned into by the preprocessor from C++. You do a class. I'm type defing them. So instead of just being a type is like int, bool, float. Those are types. So I'm defining a new type called equipment stats. And equipment stats has the properties of whatever's in between the two brackets. That's basically what I'm doing. We've got some data, haven't we? I can get rid of that screen there. And I got rid of the wrong screen. Clever me. Oh, adverts. No, I don't want to click on the adverts, thank you. Dumbo system. So that's basically what I'm doing here, is I'm just setting up a way of accessing data. And we're holding the data in named types. So, need my list, don't I? I'll take an example. In common. So that's my example. We have exactly the same there. We do want this UUID thingy as well, don't we? The ASCII ID only points to the model that will represent it on screen. The const char start entity name will be clothing or whatever. I'm going to put the tech levels in. They're not required. Neither is the cost. But I'm putting it in for completeness, because this is going to be an expanded system later on. So I'm putting the full information in at the beginning, which is what a lot of people don't do. They'll just put in the information that they need. They won't put any information in that they don't need, when they should. because it's information that I know I'm going to use. Hmm. Please note, I've actually abbreviated that one because it's unique. Sorry, it's universal unique identification. Yeah, I'll keep that one abbreviated. It's a bit like the ASCII ID one. I try as much as possible to type things in English. So that when I go back to it and I read it, I know what it is. What's the next one? Passive defense. And then it will be damage reduction. And then it will be cost. And weight. So, okay. So that is now a full structure. And the reason I've just copied it is because when we go back to equipment, it's going to give us another star, is it? Okay. I want to put it here. No, I don't. Just realised. There's an easier way of doing it, isn't there? You just do that. Because that's what we've got to fill in. We've got to fill in this data in equipment. Here. As you can see. That's the data we've got to fill in. We are splitting by space and \n. Yeah, that's correct. That'll do it. So it's just these lines here. Okay. So it's equipment stats, equipment stats. Get rid of that error. Oh, look, it's the same code. Isn't that a shocker? I like shocks like this. So we're going to load them from armor.txt now. I'm going to do it all in the equipment file for now, but the equipment file is going to dish this out to armor.h and armor.cpp, isn't it? Why do I want to do it that way? Why should I? Yeah, I've already thought of a better way of doing it. So we're going to start with the basics and then make it complicated later. Right, all we do is now go down the file and make sure everything's okay. Looks okay to me. Where am I getting splits from? There. Okay, that's fine then. Just had a horrible thought that I hadn't done my splitter. There is one in Qt if you want to use it. It comes under Q string. It's in the manual under Q string. And that'll tell you how to use it. So it's always written for you if you want to use it. But I don't need to because I've already done one. Right, that looks okay. Right, we can only get one file in. Right, okay. That's fine. That's all we need for now. Mm. Why does it do that? why'd it also do that? Diddly, oh. Whatever. It's because it's got an error. It doesn't work properly if there's an error. It's a great IDE. I'd advise everybody who uses it to stop using it. Would be good. Makes my life very, very difficult, this system. So if I put a dot in there, it should come up with it, and it doesn't. There's one above. So I put a dot in. There you go. Entity name. And it's going to be equals. I believe it's going to be 1. Because it's the second piece of data. What have we got here? UUID. I'll just put index for now. Right, that's good. Equipment stats, tech level. Min. And that will be a 2. Tech level max. Will be a 3. Complicated coding. A to I is ASCII to integer. As all these are ints, that shouldn't be A to I. We've got a char there. Just take the A to I out. Too obvious, really. Next one is passive defense. And this is how you get your data in. Why am I doing it this way? It's because I can then alter the text file any way I want without having to recompile the whole program. Yeah. And it also means if I want to update my program and send that out as a patch to other people, I can just do the text file. And all you do is download a new text file and it puts it in the right place, overwrites the old text file, and Bob's your uncle. Everything's done. What's this? Damage reduction. I wonder why people think it's so complicated. I don't know. I think it's because it's just a lot to do. A lot of thought goes into this kind of thing. And 7. Always go back and check. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7 of them. Oh. Because we have the extra one, don't we? Yeah. We need an ASCII ID. Do we have the ASCII ID sorted out? We do, but what is it? Items. Mm-hmm. We're sending it in. It's one of these. I'm guessing it's 58. These are all the different items you can have. Oh no, it's not. Here. So it's food, gold, scroll, potion, rod, ring, armors 93, weapons 41. So it's 93. Where do I put my 93? Here. It is 0, isn't it? Yeah, 0. Put it in the 0th place then. The beginning of a line. Repetitive data. Space is the way I check things. Do I need a free space at the end of this? Am I leaving a line? Am I detecting it or not? Yes, is the answer. Thank you. Gives me a blank return carriage for end of file. The end of file marker is number 7. Something that people don't think about. You're finished. Okay. You're finished. Okay. So if I've done that, I could just have one equipment.txt, couldn't I? Hmm. That becomes an example now. So the only thing we haven't got is the lookups and this. I'm not using the file, of course. Right, so as those thoughts have entered my head, because we have put in the ASCII ID number, entity name, yeah. Alright, that's going to be a bit different, so let's split that off. Okay. Alright, so we need a UUID system, as previously discussed. Well, do we? To start off with, no. I was going to use QUUID. Do it fully. Guess what? You don't need to. Because currently, the alpha is not going to be multiplayer. It's just going to be a simple game. So the UUID doesn't have to be anything complex. In the course of a single game, will there be over... It's going to be a float, isn't it, really? Not it. Could make it a double. Who knows? I want to see who can crash it anyway. Yeah, we'll see who can crash it. On an int. Get an overflow error or something silly like that. That'll be interesting. So it's a simple game. We're going to use a simple UUID, which is why I only put a header file in. Another thing people don't understand is you don't need to use the CPP file all the time. Header file will suffice. As I want a global. Want a global file. one that can be accessed from anywhere and do anything. But it has to have the same information in it. That's the tricky bit. So we will need what will we need, Muppet? He's eating his biscuits. Void. Initialize. Am I using that? Yeah. Yeah, you can write it in header. It should be static if it's in the header. This is C++ land, isn't it? I don't want it static. Stuff them. And int unique ID. Yeah. Unique ID. God, this is hard. Unique ID equals 0. Interesting. Do we set it at 0 or -1? The answer is -1. Why? Because unique ID plus return actually. No, I'm going to do it that way. Don't care. I want to make sure of this. C++ has two different ways of doing it. There you go. I could make that static. Why bother? The compiler will probably do that anyway. That's all there is to it. Which is why I didn't want a CPP file. So that's all we do there. So we just pop that in here. That'll do. And it's unique ID. Works. So I've added 2 new files. And we have ourselves an equipment reader. Okay. Got you. So we need to add these. We've added a core. That one. And we've added, these are the ones with initializers. Source. Game rules. Equipment. Equipment.h. Anything with an initializer. Now equipment.h is initializer. Does it read in the data? Yes, it does. And equipment. So now we've used them, or we've included them in our main program. Let's see what I did wrong. Has no member type. That's not my file. This functional variable may be unsafe. Consider using fopen_s instead. To disable deprecation, use that there. Okay, we'll do that then. Reprocessor. Reprocessor definitions. Add Control V semicolon. I should put it as a hash definition up here, shouldn't I? Okay, that's that one done. Output. I've left a bracket. Here. Thank you. What else did I do? Failed. Okay. RPG equipment dev.pdb missing. Okay. Conflict of unique IDs. In main. Okay. That's just telling it to put it into the correct places. And build. Doesn't like it, does it? Ah, you really are going to be that finicky. It wants a CPP file. This is one of the problems with this system. It shouldn't, or I've written it wrong. Problem me writing it wrong. Unique ID. Okay. So all we do is we take unique ID here. Copy this over to here. Like that. That's okay now. Yeah, so you do. That's what I was trying to avoid doing, but hey ho. There you go, succeeded. Done did. Works. Oh well. So that's how we input the data. But that's only half the story, isn't it? We now need to use that data. Well, we have a type, don't we? And we've got a component. Let's have a look. We've got a struct. Blah, blah. We've got those in the wrong order now, haven't we? We don't need the type category because that's the entity ID. Okay. Quickly check. No matter which way. Tells us in common. That's what I want. I want that bit. That's it. That's a component. That describes everything that you need to know to access any item of data from that particular piece of equipment. So what we can do is write a component for it. Components are easy. we included it? Yeah, we have. Just wondering whether we need to use it or not. I'm trying to keep with the component ideas. So that I could add a component to an item and it's sorted. What do components require? Let's have a look at this one. I'll do. Initialize, add, delete, lookup. So let's make ourselves a component. Yep, that's okay. And it's called item description. Like that. There we go. Delete. Lookup. And there we go. We have ourselves a system. Common. If I spelt it wrong. Source common. Interesting. Doesn't seem to know what it is. It's here. And I've got an enum for it. That's just to track it. Nothing more. In fact, I don't even know if it's used or not. That's correct. It's there. The type def, that's correct. You're so silly. There we go. Alright, okay, you now. Oh, it's come up now. Oh, that's bloody typical, isn't it? Is it initialised first? This has been done wrong. No, it's initialised last. Let's keep asking. That's correct. Go to the component. Take item description. There we go. Correct this. We'll have that instead. Come back to you. Looking better already. Item description. Oh, I don't know which pieces we want here, do I? I haven't done this bit. Okay, for the flash, that goes there. That's now correct. Alrighty. There we go. Things are looking more like it should do now. Add description, right. Well, it's an entity ID. Entity name. That one. And then it's comma. Add a UUID, please. So we have the ID, the entity name, and that one. And it's easy to fill in. So let's fill it in. Dot. Entity ID. Well, that one then. Arrow. Entity ID, because it's a pointer, equals entity ID. Very simple. Arrow. Entity name equals entity name. And component. Item description. UUID equals a UUID. That all fits in there. That's item description. You're wrong. Yeah. Wondered why it was that. Didn't look right. There we go. And then you place the item description into there. Yes. That's correct. We'd have to initialize it. Okay. Delete component lookup description. Item description, yeah. All we have to do is place those in. Okay. Well, that was simple. So we now have a component fully worked out with a lookup, which we need. We need to initialize and then create. Simple enough. Our test item. I think that's all the data we need and data structures. What the heck's that? What have I done to my initial, my header file? Common entity. Yeah. Right, still telling me that I haven't got component add item. Ah, that's why. There we go, that's sorted. I'll actually do the same with all of these as well. I normally do. Right. Am I happy with that? No, not by far. It's unused. I bet it didn't even blooming compile it. We'll need to initialize it. Alright. Let's call this up. This is under ECS components, isn't it? Yeah. Hash include source ECS components.h. That should give us a component. Oh. Right, thank you. That's a bit I'm altering. There you go, equipment.cpp. Where's the component? Yeah, filed. Interesting. Good. Everything's working. So I've now added component, unique ID, and equipment initializer. Okay. Base test data for equipment, armor. For armor. With the component for equipment, for item descriptions, and what else do we add there? And an equipment file reader. not tested. Commit all. Created locally, okay. Oh, this is an arrow push. Don't want to create a pull request. Why do I want to create a pull request all the time? Stupid machine. Right, we're going to have a 5-minute break. That was a little bit of work we've done now. We now have 3 files to play with. And those files can be played with in our dev window. Main loop. So that's where we'll be headed next. Tabs. Why don't tabs work? Why don't backspaces work? Okay, I think that says it all. Be right back. Here, biscuit. Food, food for little one. Bless our cows. We have the entities we've got, item descriptions we've got, unique IDs we've got, equipment initialize, stats we've got. All we need. Well, models and everything, but they're contained in the main program. The models are up to whoever's programming this part of it. So I've already got the models sorted out, as you saw. So that's fine. We don't need to bother with that. What we do need to do, though, is when I push for test, you have clicked the test button. I want to see a list of items. Simple as that. That's all I want to do to start off with, to test it, to make sure that it all works. If it all works, I can transfer the files that we need back into the main program and use it in any program I want. Yeah, and the files that I need are obviously listed here. I don't need that one. Oh no. Yeah, I'll keep them all together then, like that. It's easier. I've actually already got the entity in the other place, but in case you haven't, I'll leave entity as something that you would actually transfer over to your system. And I'd advise you to do so. ECSs are so easy to use that it's untrue, as you're about to find out. I hope. Or I've got it all wrong. I hope not. So, let's have a coffee. Any chat? Nope. Hello, chat. Are you alive? Nope. Do I care? No. I do this for fun. This is my idea of playing a game. I just do this for fun. It's ridiculous, isn't it? I break games. It's a bit unfortunate. Most games aren't self-balancing, so nearly all the games I've played aren't self-balancing. They've always had balancing releases, issues. God, why didn't I think about that at the start? At least for this one, it's very easy to sort out. Hmm. 404. Damn right. What a useless thing this is. Unbelievable. GitHub has a shop. Yeah, look. Well, they're all after some illusionary thing called money. Doesn't even exist except in the fictitious eyes of the banks. And commerce. I suppose it stops them trading for shekels. I don't know. Oh, it says it's offline. Oh, right. Interesting. Oh, I've created a nice little program that does a very simple thing. And we're going to dev Windows start main loop. Hmm. May as well set it up. I don't think we have any systems, do we? Well, that's fine then. I'm just going to be lazy. Do it all here. All right. So that's all the stuff that we've written. And it's all been initialized by main. So we should be able to go into our dev window, mess about with it. All right, that's not doing anything. The main loop's just going round in a circle, isn't it? Hmm. This is written in C++, isn't it? The Q object. Damn you. Files, data, We want to process. Pointers or not to point? It's C++. I'll use point. Do I? We've got the UI and the main loop timer. Are we actually killing those? Yeah, we are. That's fine then. I don't really need that. I can have an entity, which I'll call the entity will have a component. That's going to be a pointer. It's there, it's a pointer. We don't send the component out to the main window. We just send a pointer over there to say, look, this is where the data is. Makes more sense. What else will we need? Ah. Oh no, that's fine. We do not delete that because we don't own it. That's something in C++ which people get wrong. Ownership. The test item description isn't owned by us, it's owned by the component. At the top here. And it's not a pointer. Well, it is a pointer to max entities, but that's irrelevant. It's all dots. It's not arrows, so it'll delete itself. Don't have to worry about it. The actual address is held in here, and this will delete itself. So we don't have to worry about that either. Only if we need to delete the data from here. So that's a new idea for you. Oh God, what's happened? You're joking. Oh, well, I've got a cup of coffee. What do I do on my break times? That. Oh, lovely. So yeah, sometimes C++ can get complicated with ownership. As long as you understand the ownership ideas, which is why I leave the ownership in the component, that way it doesn't confuse things, and you don't start deleting it when you shouldn't do. The system deletes that resource. I'll program it that way so you don't have to worry about it. Well done, you've updated the Visual Studio installer. That's very kind of you. And you flashed my screen. Oh, right. I see. I'm glad I'm on a decent machine. On a decent network. Ooh. That's new. Thank you. I think it could close itself if it tried. Right. Didn't get to finish my coffee. Never mind. We need to make an entity. Well, that's easy. We have test item here. Okay. Entity ID is test item. Dot entity ID. Comma. Entity name. And UUID, isn't it? Right, for that, we will need to find it. What should we have? So this is where we have to program a lookup for our equipment. Our equipment has been initialized. Okay. Oh, we're giving the whole lot in the description, are we? That's a bit awkward. I don't want to do that. This is being stored as equipment stats. All right, got it. I've got it. There we go. Right, so we need a way of getting the item stats. Okay. 0. It's item ID. Okay. So what we need is this lookup. So it's going to be equipment lookup. I'll take it there. And it's going to be an item ID. And it's going to give back come on. Keep going. That. Right. Remove that now. Excellent. Yum, yum. So that's that. Take you off. Right, that's dealing with an ASCII ID. We don't need to bother with that. Don't need the component. You just need the equipment. Stats. We should be using the component, shouldn't we? No. We shouldn't. Because that is a UUID. Mm-hmm. Right, this is for something different. Equipment type, stats, and that is item. Let's start there. Right. We then have to build the item using the UUID. Gotcha. Okay. I'm fine with that. Is it going to create the correct UUID? I've made it so that it should. I put a -1 in, didn't I? To go from 0, index 0. Yes. I've matched up. Done that on purpose. That's why I said, is it a 0 or -1? It's a -1. Because we add and then return. So the first UUID is 0. Because we add 1 to it. Okay. Think we're okay then. So we use the UUID as the index. So it's this. Replaces. Don't need. ASCII ID -65, why? Yes, that's because there was a conversion. Hmm. Where is it? Control Shift, maybe? No. Alt Shift, maybe? Yes. There we go. So here, the item replaces that. Hmm. Control Z. All right, so equipment stats index dot ASCII ID. Got it. Take the equals off. Yep, take the equals off them all. Yes, I'm not doing this. I am doing this in a comment. I'm programming inside a comment because I'm not sure of what I want to achieve. I'm always careful not to allow bad code into my system until I know that I like what I'm seeing. Right, index becomes UUID. For now. And what we want is item. Good. Done. Worked it out. I like what I'm seeing. Okay. Well, I think I can type that, so. Item dot ASCII ID equals item dot entity name equals item. Yes, it's not very difficult, is it? Tech level maximum. Oh, God. Where did I get that from? There. Please correct any mistakes as you see them. Fun, fun, fun. Item dot tech level on maximum equals a lot of programming is easy as long as you do things in the right order. Tech level minimum, I guess. That's passive defense. That's wrong. Does that read right now? Yep. So this is how we retrieve it. We wrap it into an item and send the item back. We've stored all the data here from the file, but we only want to access one item at a time, so this is the easiest way of doing it, just off the UUID. The UUID can be stored then in an items list or an inventory list and given to a character. Yeah. Wouldn't that be nice, just to use the UUID? At the moment, we are restricted to max entities, whatever that number is. A 1,024 items in the game. There you go. So, yeah, we've got our minimums and our maximums corrected, have we? Not quite. Okay. looking good. Splits are good, yeah. Passive defense. Item dot damage reduction. So I can retrieve any UUID from our list. We've got 1,024 of them. A lot of them will just say unused, which is fine, because we'll only have about 5 in there to start off with anyway. Is that how you spell defense? Okay, whatever. Item dot cost. Item dot weight. And got to be careful. Yes. Yeah, because there's an error check there for unused. Which is -1. So if all of this comes back with unused, I don't know if it'll crash actually. No, it'll just put crap data in, won't it? It'll put whatever's in at that address in memory. So it'll just be rubbish data if it's a -1 here, or old data from a previously deleted item. But a -1 will still be there. We haven't put delete item. Never mind. Item dot, and that's your UUID. I've got an ASCII ID there. Oh, right, that's there. Okay. Equals that. Right. So that UUID needs to be correct. UUID shouldn't be in here. It should only be in the do free. Whoops. This isn't an item. This is an equipments list. I've got the UUID in the wrong place. It should be by ASCII lookup. So I was right with the ASCII lookup. The UUID is created when the component's created or the item is created as an entity. And that is then attached to the character or the floor or whatever. That shouldn't exist. Ah. My bad. I'm glad we did it this way now. isn't. It's by ASCII ID. For test purposes, we will use armor. ASCII underscore ID equals 93. Well, that's not going to work, is it? Because which armor do we use? ASCII ID comma int. I'm going to put in armor selection for now, so it'll make more sense. Not item selection. Item selection in a full version. And then we'll have to have a lookup table. Okay. So int index equals ASCII ID minus 93 to get to 0 plus armor selection. Okay. Give us 0 to num of items. Okay, so we can now put an index in. Get rid of this UUID completely. That's better. I'm now happier. Delete. Not your problem. That can now replace whatever we put in the header file. Yeah. That'll do that. This is a list of items. It's not a list of. Sorry, this is a list of statistics, data, not a list of items. It's the actual equipment stats. The data we need to pull out to fill out our entity. And now we know that, we can go back to common. And realise that is not a part of the equipment stats. It's part of the game system. It's part of your component. That's the difference between a component and the statistics. Component has a UUID which you can attach to things. It also has an entity ID. So it's attaching a specific piece of equipment to that entity. That entity could be a player. That entity could be the floor. It could be anything. So we should really call it player, I suppose. I don't know. To give it more. Alright, yeah, let's call it player. Why not? Give it some meaning. Entity name. Me. Oh no. It'll have a name, won't it? Test out component add item description. Let's have a look at that. I'm thinking to hold these by UUIDs. Entity ID is your player. Yeah. Yeah, we are just going to hold it by a UUID. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. Doesn't really matter which order you do this in. Item stats equals equipment lookup stats on item ID armor. Oh, it's is it component armor I put in? No component item description. No. This is getting difficult now. Yeah, we can do it that way. It isn't its item. Have we got them up here? No, we don't have an enum for items. Okay. So it will have to go by the ASCII number. 93. Okay. So it's 93, isn't it? Comma. I'll choose number 1 to see if I can crash the system. And that is ASCII. Okay. You see, I could put a 0 in there, but I need an ASCII ID for it to work. It depends which ASCII character I've assigned it to. Now it matches. So we should get a result of index 1. A result of index 1 padded cloth. Okay. Here's the problem. How do we store it? We store it using this. Right, we've got the item stats, we've got a player. Now I want to add component. What does a component need to give us? It needs to give us those two details. Equipment lookup stats. All right, yeah, we'll pull that out of the file. Right, got you. So that's the entity it's attached to. Hmm. And then we need to identify uniquely the piece of equipment. So that will be item stats, entity name. Okay, that's happy. What's wrong with player and entity create? Oh, me playing around. There you go. That gets sent through to component add item. It's item name, isn't it? It's not entity name. This is item name. The item itself isn't an entity, it's just a bunch of data. And that then gets stored with the UUID into the component for the entity. And the entity is the player. So that gets stored under player, because that's who we decided to give it to. And go for that. Looks good. And player is entity 0. This could work. The item stats are irrelevant, because we're not actually using them. All we're using them is for the entity name. So it isn't really description, it's just a test item, isn't it? That's confusing me. Let's get this right. Okay, I've got a mistake here somewhere. Oh, no, I haven't. Done. That's it. All right. So now we've got that. What information do we have? We have a test item. Oh, God, we've got a queue string message to make, have we? Mm-hmm. All right, let's change the message. So, queue string message would equal right. So the first part of the message is going to be player ID. How do I do that? You string, don't bother me. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Queue string, please. Here we go. Nothing. Arguments back begin chopped clear. Ill. Hmm. Index insert. have an int. Hmm. To float to 2. We've got 2. What about from? Plus. And take a jar string. As printf. Const jar star format. Safely builds a formatted string from the format string C format and an arbitrary list of arguments. Yes. Yeah, we could use args. Okay. I can do it with text stream. Really? I'll do it with that then. That's easier. Message is player ID. That will be player dot entity ID. Oh no. Player ID. No, it's test item, isn't it? Entity ID. Yeah, I do want that. Got to use that one, haven't I? Can't use the other one. Okay. Then it will be the item. Test item. wonder if this will work. What's that in? That's a constant char star. Well, it's not throwing a wobbler, but this might not be accurate. And sorry. And UUID equals test item. UUID. Here's a test. For reading and assigning items using ECS. Okay. Microsoft, you're so silly. Crash the system. Player ID 0. Item. Because it's a char star. UUID 0. Yes. Everything's acceptable except for the char star. Oh. As I thought. Name. It'll be test item. All right. That's the important bit. is it done? I've forgotten. It's been so long since I've used Qt. Damn it. God, QChar. No, I don't want that, do I? I just want to. He'll give it two. And too much of this stuff sometimes. Doesn't expect you to use char star. Const data. I don't like these arcs. Char star. Append const char star. That might work. Appends the string str to this string. The given const char star pointer is converted to Unicode. Yeah. From UTF-8. Const char star. And size? What do I need that for? Okay, we'll try that. Size is -1. Weird. Comma, -1. No. Gives me garbage, so I don't think it's Qt. I think it's me. Our entity name isn't there. So where is our entity name? Let's check it. And it's test item. Should be as simple as that. That's right, it's not giving the right answer. It's totally wrong. So our data isn't there. Component add item description. Item stats entity name. Yeah, I see. What have I looked up there? The entity name. Const Joster, right. I'm damn sure this should be a pointer. Split data 1. Split source, yeah, okay. Blah, blah, blah. You. Printf. Sent. S. Comma. Equipment stats. Stats. Why is it not helping me out here? No idea. Stats. Thank you. For this index, I want to see what's being recorded here. Dot entity name to how are we storing it? Oh, it's const char star anyway. That's fine then. Semicolon. What are we actually storing, please? Make sure actually, right, got you. We are storing something. Clothing, padded cloth, leather jacket, light leather, armour, heavy leather armour and chainmail. That's what we're storing. So follow that through to here. So that's what we're storing. What are we giving back? Percent S, comma, item entity name. Let's have a look what happens when we ask for it. We get 0 split. So we aren't giving it the right one. Index is incorrect. Why is that a different colour? Oh, who cares? I think it's just this system doesn't work properly. Index equals 1. Which is correct. No, I'm getting it from the right place. Const char star. Const char star. we have a problem with storage, is the answer. For some reason, the data isn't holding within memory. Is that because we are trying to return an item? Probably. Oh no, it buggers up on that conversion, doesn't it? Do I really need that? No, because we're filling in all the entries. Ah, maybe. Okay. God, I hate this part of programming. Well, not really. It's the fun part for most people. Trying to work out whether you're supposed to use an address or whether you can copy things. What's basically happening is it's not copying it over properly. I think it's going into memory. But I just think we need the address. Rather than anything else. Sometimes copying things over into memory doesn't work because of this. It destroys things. Just check if that works first. But now we have an error in main window. There. And that is because that's definitely that. Okay. Yeah. 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 It's an address. Hold. But it doesn't go in as that, does it? No, it goes in as a value. Good. I think I've got an address here. God damn you. Where's the data? And there's your problem to sort out. There's your homework. Where's the data? The data's there. That I can prove it's there. Can I? We have to be able to prove that the data's there. It means we have to go through something. All right, let's do a data proofread. Simple thing to do, really. What we do is this, but as a proofread on this. So what I'm going to do is a for loop, like that. And what we're going to do is a proofread. Okay. All right, let's go play with the proofreader. Reason I am not going through this using the debug mechanism is because I probably already know what's wrong. I'm not letting myself know it yet. How many are there? Good point. 0, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 6. Don't need to split. All I want to do is to print this load of stuff out, isn't it? Yeah. That's right. So I'll just use a print. I've taken out all others. Yeah. Still correcting my minimums and minimums. Minimums and maximums. Make sure everything's correct in that part. Yeah, we are. We are. Okay. And I hope everything's going all right for everybody today. So I think about how I want to tackle this, because I'm not sure what I'm going to get out. On a single line? Yeah, why not? That's the way I want to do it then. So what I'm going to do is I am going to do a printf. And it's going to contain in ds dd 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 ds d d 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's have a look at the information that we're actually playing around with here. Come on. Comma, comma. If this doesn't work, I'm going to have to use a debugger, and I don't like doing that. I don't trust Microsoft to get anything right. Those kids. Nicole. Proofread. We'll pop our proofread after the for loop finishes on the parser. Yeah. What that does. Oh, nasty. So we do have some rubbish in here somehow. What spot? Fantastic. Right, let's make that more legible. What splodges we get on screen. There they are. We've got chainmail, 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 splodge, chainmail, chainmail. That's really ooped up, isn't it? That's what we've recorded. By the looks of it. Now I understand the chainmail bit, because that's correct. The chainmail repeating. The splodges I don't understand. And the numbers are correct. Ish. So it is storing the data. The reason why it comes up with chainmail all the time is a buffer problem. An unflushed buffer is fine. I'm just wondering why that would give us a result of 0. Because I've got the wrong information there. Oh, okay. Or foo barring all over the memory location. That's an interesting result that I wasn't expecting. This is one thing with C++ that I never ever quite understand. It doesn't quite do what you expect it to. Ever. And that's why a lot of games are released with bugs, because they just don't know they exist. And if your initial data's not correct, then there's the bug there, on those lines. 4 lines. It depends how you test your data. Hmm. I'm not sure about this. So tackling memory. That's great coming from a person who hasn't got one. Excellent, it gave us exactly the same result. Fantastic. Those splattered lines is because chainmail's not the right length. Whatever we put in there. Hmm. All the numbers are right. Now, we do it again. This is going to shock you. But we do that printf. Not here. Actually, I don't need to do that, do I? Just remembered. But here, which means we don't need the for next loop. Declaration is incompatible with overloaded function proofread. Oh, piss off. Sorry, but shove it. Thank you. Stupid. No. Give me that screen back. Does not take 0 arguments. Oh, that's right. Takes index. Are you surprised? I'm not. Those were the splattered lines because chainmail was way too short to even cope with that. Chainmail only takes up to there in memory. Anything lower than that, it can overwrite. After that point, it's going to just write squidgels. So the data's correct, as I expected. It is how we process the data that is incorrect. That's what we're getting as our result. That last line. Hold on a sec. I know I'll put it in. What happens if I take it out? End of line character. Sorry, end of file character is what we have, which is correct because of the way we've processed it. If I ask for any other item of data from the line, whichever line I've asked for, padded cloth, if I ask for whatever that is, We haven't actually stored this anywhere. So when we come to take this information out, that's what's wrong. So what's going on? Unfortunately, it's the way it processes this thing through the C++ compiler. I think we've got a compilation issue. And I will put my blank line back in, thank you. It wasn't 0, it was a lowercase o. No, I'll leave it. No. No, 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 no. It's there for a reason. Put it in. If I try this, by the way, on Linux, it'll work perfectly. So, what have I missed? Let's just check, shall we? C A to I. I don't want to write my own. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Oh no. Where is it? Huh. Lib string. Yeah, we're coming in as a standard string. Yeah, do I need it? Is that what's causing it? Yeah, they're using char star. Fine. So I do need it. Is the answer. What's happening to the data? I've had this problem before, but the data's fine. As can be done by told. It's that there that messes it all up. And that there. It's supposed to take the information and place it into that which is global. Static, it's a local global variable. It's not a program global variable. It can only be used within here. Can't be accessed from outside. So when we come to access it, it should be accessing the correct thing. And it can't access the char star. That is amazing. Yeah, I got slash on at the end of it. It's right. The actual program's correct. But that would send through a shallow copy if I'm not careful. I don't want a shallow copy, I just need the address. So all of this is immaterial if I'm getting the address. Okay, so what we need is the address. Doesn't matter within the file. Look up stats. If I take the address of that, doesn't equal that. It isn't new at all. It already exists. So if I take the address of that and return the address, and it should act the same. Yep, it looks like it does. Ah, dear. That line. Get rid of that line. And that's now your lookup. Hmm. Take you out. Yeah, I can use index. It doesn't matter what I call it. Okay. And I can put it in here. That. And yeah, it's just that. This is going to be interesting. Now we should only be dealing with addresses. The memory never travels anywhere. We're not interfering with the memory whatsoever, and the data's there. This is what I wanted to know, whether data was going to get corrupted or not. And it isn't, but it is, if that makes sense. 141 180 14. Yeah, the char star's not working. Oh, that's a shame. One four one 180 14. Got the right thing. Right, so we have a problem with char star. And it is one that I've come across before, and it works perfectly well in C. I've got a horrible feeling that this is using a C++ different compiler. Maybe it's their own breed of compiler, I don't know. So we've got it in a string. This is what I didn't want to do. But it's part of C. But it is and it isn't. And oh, there's many reasons not to. Because that will tie me to the string library. The space usage. Whereas a char star doesn't, and that's the problem. Let's try changing it all over to standard string then. You do that. Common. Eek, I hate doing this. So bad. I'm going to call that item. When a string is required in call to printf, actually type class std basic string blah 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 blah. This is what happens. That's correct. It probably just doesn't know. Right, so that's the proofread sorted. Thank you, it's actually gone through. Back in dev window, however, Add item description. The component's wrong. That's now a standard string. Item. Okay. Now we go back here. Should be item name. Common. Item name. Component. Yeah, that should be okay. Equipment's wrong. Two places. And build. Dev window. It's a standard string. Doesn't like it. It can't take it from that. Qtext stream and standard string. Interesting. Chink. Deref. Doesn't like it. What's wrong with that? No suitable user-defined conversion from standard string to QString exists. Yes, there is. Take it from a QByte. I'll be bothered. Convert from std string to Q string, please. Good God. That's more like it. I understand. There it is. It's QString. I knew it was there, but I just didn't know where it was from. There it is. From standard string. Yeah, we're okay now. There you go. Convert it. Right, conversion's done. What happens with the message? Anybody know what that means? Oh, annotation. Okay, I don't care. There you go. Done it. Ta-da! The reason being is that C string doesn't hold a length, whereas standard string does in the type. So it doesn't know how long, and it just gives up. So, we've done it. And we've proved it to be correct in C++. I wanted it in C, so I'd use C string. Will I convert it back? Probably, yeah. So, like I said, the data's there, it just isn't being processed correctly by the compiler. And I'm not sure what kind of strange compiler this thing is using. They use their own. Right, so we've done it. We have actually gone from text, which we can alter at will on the hard drive. And we now have the full stats which I wish to take for a couple of items of armor, which is interesting. And that is how we are going to store our items for our role-playing game. Because it is going to be eventually a full role-playing game. At the moment, it's just going to be a simple game. All I need to know from that is a couple of combat details, which we can now look up. Because we are now supposed to save that out under UUID 0. And I'll show you how. That now belongs to the player. As long as we understand that, we're okay. But the component doesn't hold the data. The component is a reference to find the data under a UUID. Because the data could change on any item. For instance, you might introduce at a later stage item degradation, like have an endurance. When it gets to 0, the item breaks. And how do you do that? You just start every item off at 95 to 100% or whatever. Dark Age of Camelot used that idea. Very, very good system. You have to keep repairing your equipment. My favourite game of all time used that system, and every time you repaired it, it lost an endurance point until it finally always remained at 0 and was always broken, and you couldn't repair it. Or you broke it whilst trying to repair it. It was the usual thing that happened. He just said, this is now junk, type of thing. So you can introduce that kind of entropy into your game so that people have to keep making items. Very cute way of causing demand for items from players, and then people can open shops and trade whatever they want to trade. Well, I put prices on them. Those numbers I didn't say were gold pieces or anything like that. I just put a figure in. So it's worth whatever number of shekels or dice or keyboard keys or whatever. I don't know. Whatever you're trading in. And that's the whole point. Don't define things. I've given it a value. But compared to what? Well, I'm going to compare it to the intergalactic credit. How about that? Well, you're doing a fantasy game, yeah? So there's spaceships in fantasy games. You can fly around the universe. Don't worry about it. Just because it's fantasy doesn't mean you can't do that. That's the whole point. It's fantasy. Oh yeah, and I'm going up to tech level 18, whereas modern day society is at tech level 6 to 7. Yeah, think about it. Tech level 9 is spaceships, or well, the first spaceships and jump drives. So I am going to have space in my game. Interesting thing is, each solar system is going to be an individual server within a network. So when you jump to a different system, you jump to a different server. Cute idea. But it's a 3D network. So each network can store its own bloody maps. That gets around the problem of, oh, there's a million stars in the sky. How many computers comprise the internet? You ever thought about that? It's the reason they're stuck in 2D. Is because they would have to change everybody's server. To handle XYZ instead of XY. They'd have to put a Z on the end. That's the problem with today's system. So I'm designing a 3D internet. I've got a network here. I'm quite happy to host it. Am I happy with that? Standard string business. I can convert that back to C string. That I don't care about. I just wanted to make sure that it worked with Qt for people who want to use Qt for whatever reason. Just wanted to show you how easy it is to use an ECS. Oh, I've got a green blobble. Uninitialized. That's right, they are. I never knew it did that. Because it's in C++. You've done that. You sods. Okay, we'll do it. What have we missed? Oh, we've already got a colon there. Don't need another one. That's the final bracket for that. Okay. So it's comma, item stats. It's just trying to keep us safe. That's all it's doing. What else we missed? Player. I need to know what I put for player. Oh, nothing. It wants me to put an asterisk in front of it. That's what it's asking me for. Yeah, I know what it's doing. That's not the right way to handle it. So wherever I've put player, here, take the line out. Doesn't belong there. Belongs there. Right, that's the second one done. And test item. Got to be careful what you put here. You can't put new. So if you put new here, it means you have to delete them in here. It's not ours to do. So just put null pointers, because they're pointers. And that should do it. Save. You should go away now. You can initialize them in here if you want to. That would be like equals a new whatever. I wouldn't advise it. I'd always do it in the constructor here. See, it's happy now. Done them all. But we're still not defined it. That just means don't assign it any memory at this point. We'll do it later. Because they're not news. Alright, so that's how it's done. Now, I said that we had to store the item under the UUID here. So what we do is we have an item storage functionality. Because we've got it in here, I would put it in here anyway. May as well. It would be because it's nothing to do with what we've written. You'd have a static item. And it would be under item stats. That one. Static equipment stats. Existing. You can't do it that way. Got to do it lowercase. Existing items. I don't know what to call it. Something that makes sense. Open brackets. Can put anything that we want in here. What do I normally use? Yeah, I'll do. There we go. So I put that there. I would then also make sure that everything in there was cleared, but that does it for you. We don't need to. Because this is C++, not C. So existing items, blah, blah, blah. We just put a maximum of 1024 in there for no reason whatsoever. And what we would do after we had test item completed, we would then need to save that out under its UUID. So you would have existing items. You wouldn't have it in this file. You'd have a function that says add to existing items. You'd have a file for this. You wouldn't do it in here. Here we go. Existing items, and it would be UUID, which is test item. Dot, not the entity, but the UUID. UUID. The entity provides the UUID. So it can find the item. Equals, and whatever we had, item stats. So that they are kept for that item. Oh, is it dereferenced? Yeah. This is a problem with stars. So that's the address of all the data. And all that data, you can now, what it basically does is it builds pointers to pointers and leaves your data still back in that file. So it'll go and retrieve it from the file for you rather than having loads and loads of data repeated. So it's actually using the same data set that we've already created. And that's why you use pointers or addresses within memory. Yeah, so you don't duplicate loads and loads of data because there's going to be loads and loads of items. And remember, different items or different UUIDs could be of the same leather jacket. So you could have 10 leather jackets on a rack in a shop. The 10 leather jackets, they're all separate UUIDs, but they're not separate item stats. They're all the same stats. Get it? Good. The stats don't change. If you do want unique stats, then you have to add something separate. So existing items, test item UUID, then you would have like armor specific stats, test item UUID, whatever. You save it out somewhere else with different statistics. And then you could actually have those as separate independent things, but still tied to UUID. So down here, I can now look it up using the UUID. So instead of test item name, I could look it up through the UUID. I'm not going to do it because it gets complicated and long-winded and becomes a long sentence. But you can see how you can use it now. I give that to the player, but this doesn't know the player's got it. This doesn't care who's got it. The player has it. If the player then gives it to another player, it doesn't change the stats. It doesn't change the UUID. There's nothing to change. You're saving yourselves a hell of a lot of work in the future, a lot of processor, a lot of CPU time. The only time this gets accessed is when it needs to be accessed, or it needs to know what those stats are. Who's got the UUID? We don't give a damn. We're past that around. You drop it on the floor, the UUID goes onto the floor. Yeah? We got it now. That's the reason why the item stats doesn't have a UUID. And I had to take it out because I was an idiot and put it in. And that's the whole system for items. In a nutshell. So I've created a player, an entity. Okay. I've got the item stats. I've looked them up for whatever 93.1 is. And just happens to be, in this case, padded cloth armor with all the stats. They're all in there. Well, actually, the address of the data is in there. That address is then, it says, oh, the data's all over here, point to that, will you? Because that's a pointer. You didn't know. That's always a pointer. Because this is an array or a list. to call it a list, array, a list, call it what you want. I prefer to call vectors lists. But anyway, you could use it as a vector. Doesn't matter. You can use whatever you want, whatever suits your needs. I know that that is the easiest, simplest way of doing it, and that's why I use it. It saves using vectors which don't actually exist in C. You don't have vectors. So the test item is added or created as a create as a component, and that component is registered to the player. So the player can go to the component, find out its unique ID, and using that unique ID can find out the stats. How would that be done? You would say something like, I don't want to use item stats again. So how you would use it. Okay. Let's call it player's armor. Okay. Now I know I'm doing everything in dev window, but you wouldn't because of this. So player's armor starts off as a null pointer, of course, because it doesn't exist. Okay. So what you would do, you can do this anywhere that has access to the player and has access to this existing items, which is going into a separate file soon. So what you can actually do now is say that the player's armor equals existing items, if hopefully it does exist, and you would say player no, you wouldn't. It would be component. Yeah, it's component. Oh dear. Well, you just initialized a new set of components, Muppet. Did you know that? Bless you. Let's try that again. Component. Look up item description. Open brackets. And it's player ID. So it's our player. Entity ID. Dot. UUID. There you go. It's the address that you want. And that's your player's armor and all its stats. And now that player, oops, didn't finish it off. Thank you. Now player's armor Holds all the stats for your armor. Isn't that clever? That's how you find it. So what you've just got is an ECS system that can hold data, but not just hold data, it can drop the data as well. So you can delete any of the existing items just by putting it as unused. It'll automatically delete it. Thank you, Muppet. So, there you go. Will you stop hitting the keyboard, love? It's alright. I know you parked your ass on it, but, you know, you're not supposed to be typing with your backside. That's my job. Typing with my backside, yeah. And that is how you use an ECS. Well, that's your basics on how you use an ECS system. And it's why I wanted to do this in a separate program, because I wanted to have a look at that STD string, that problem with C string, the error. I hope that all makes sense now, and that you understand that wherever you have your player, you have the header files for the data and the components, you can look up the data quite easily. So, you've got equipment, but now we need existing items as a separate file to hold this data. And it'll look very much like a component, but it isn't. Yes, components are just a set of data. The reason I've taken this out of the component and put it to one side is it can be transferred between people. It's a tradable. And I don't want the data corrupting on a trade. I don't want the data accessing on a trade. If you buy a leather coat, you don't buy the data, you just buy the leather coat. Or in this case, padded armour. From a vendor, or you make it, or whatever. And that's the whole point of gameplay. It makes it very, very easy for you to move items around your system between entities within your system. Like from a shop entity to a player entity. Or a vendor entity to a player entity, should I say. So yeah, I'm rather happy with the result. Is that the final? Yeah, really. I just wanted to show that you can have a dev window. That you can do whatever you want with a dev window. You can make your dev window however you want it, with buttons and readouts and stuff. You might notice that I do fall back quite a lot on the command prompt, which I shouldn't. I don't know what the hell that is. So you could have designed any test you want. I just wanted a button. That was all. So player ID 0, that's correct. Item padded cloth, that's correct. UUID, that's correct. If we add another padded cloth, it will still be player ID 0, item padded cloth, but it'll be UUID 0. Sorry, UUID 1. I hope. I'm not testing it because I know it's true. So I'm not bothered. And we've got our ASCII values for the model, or the model number. I call it an ASCII value because I'm using ASCII, but it isn't, it's a model number. Model number 93 for padded cloth. It could be a texture number. Doesn't really matter what it is, but it's got a number, and that matters. And it's also got a selection. Yeah, that's perfectly fine because never mind. All the armor in my game so far has the same ASCII number. You can change that, obviously, just by altering the text file. There you go. Right, explanation of the stats that I've used in armor here. Did I put it in main? I usually do. So this is the finale. Is it? Yes, it is. Coming up to cat's tea time. That's why it was sitting on my machine. First of all, okay. Item ECS completed to satisfaction. This is not a true ECS as the item data is not in the component but held under an UUID array. There we go. It's not a true ECS system, which is why I pulled it. I didn't do it within normal, if you know what I mean. I didn't do it within the program because it would have confused me and everybody else. Right, that's full development. I'm happy with that. There's no errors. The only errors that exist are within Microsoft stuff, so that's happy. Joy. Fantastic. I want to look at that now. Continuing without source annotations. Predefined C++ types. Well, no, you can't, because they're not predefined. They're in common. What a stupid system. Ah, you got a mock. That's interesting. In C++, you wouldn't do it this way, probably. Interesting. Very interesting for me. So, what does this mean? It means that the tech level we're having 1 to 18. Right, it's a 3D6 system that I'm using, so 3 to 18, really. Below 1 and 2 is caveman type stuff. So chainmail, you wouldn't find it with cavemen. So you wouldn't find it in 1 and 2. It would be in medieval fantasy, which is 3, which is where I'm starting the game. Tech level 18 is thought, basically. It goes beyond, it goes into the god realms, I suppose you would call that. I don't know what to call it. Beyond norm, beyond the universe. Travel beyond the universe is normal, put it that way. The tech level max is a guide. Clothing, obviously, might not be needed in 18, I don't know. You might not have a body. Yeah, as the space age comes on, leather jackets probably would be given out for plexi jackets or something, or clothing that was insular or something. Star Trek. Yeah, there you go. Star Trek clothing at 9. You don't have leather jackets in Star Trek. God. They left that behind in The Matrix at around about 7. Well, no, The Matrix was based on Tech Level 6. Looking at the weapons. PD, passive defense, is the defense that wearing this will give you even if you don't know you're being attacked. If you're wearing chainmail and somebody comes up and stabs you in the back, it will still reduce or give you a defense of 3. That 3 is a +3 to your defense roll. Can actually probably would lessen the attack roll of the backstabber because they would have +6 to their skill for backstabbing. So they would only get +3 instead. So that's like your rule system. So no matter what, you get the passive defense, whether you know it's coming or you don't. That goes off your skills, like attack avoidance. The damage resistance is the actual resistance of the material itself to damage, and lessens damage directly. So that's your dice rolls. That's how much damage is removed from the damage roll. And remember, if you don't know it's coming, it's max damage automatically. Cost. Credits. I don't know. Weight is in pounds. You can carry without any kind of problem whatsoever up to your strength times 10, I think it is, in pounds. You can have an encumbrance system. Do I use an encumbrance system? I will be doing. Mainly because it affects your dodge. So those people who wants to be thieves, your encumbrance will affect dodge and stealth. Stealth, you don't go invisible, you just go quiet. So sound is going to be important in this game, whether you can hear somebody approach or not. That'll all be interesting stuff because I've got a nice little addition to go into the sound system. But hey ho, it's something that's probably never been done before, I don't know. But that's your ideas on those stats. And with those stats, you've got everything you want to know about that item for combat. Because combat doesn't have to be complicated. Can't remember how to use the PDs. I've got it on my notes somewhere. I've got a file full of this rubbish down here somewhere. But I can't remember anything, me, so there we go. So that's the D&D. We've gone up to there. Chainmail. Those are the figures that I gave it. I gave leather 1. As you can see, I was right. Ring mail. Heavy leather, really, isn't it? Studded leather. Yeah. Ring mail and studded leather 2. Yeah, 2. There it is. So it's exactly the same. Those are the stats that I was going to give it for D&D rules. But I'm thinking, no, we'll do splint, banded and plate as well. We'll put those in, but I'm going to put a few more in, I think. Kind of put as many in as I want. Because all you do is add them to the text file now, and it'll work. It'll work automatically all by itself. Isn't that cute? I love it. I love doing programs like this that are expandable. Very easy to follow. Not hard, really. And on that note, I guess we're finished. So, would you like your tea, Moppet? Moppet's looking at me saying he wants his tea. I wouldn't mind something to eat. It's nearly 5 o'clock, so I'm going to go and get some burgers or something. I don't know. I hope you enjoyed today. I'm glad I'm back doing code because I've really enjoyed this. I'm going to go and play some Loop Hero now. But that's it, the end. Done. I'll upload this onto the YouTube site and put it into the correct thing. Lovely. Take care and enjoy. Have fun, I mean. Something like that. Yeah, there. Button.